Yeah.
Welcome to Lily's Viking adventure. This is the first episode in our multi-part series, exploring the legendary figures of the Viking and Anglo-Saxon world. If you love history and epic tales, be sure to support the channel by subscribing and liking this video. It helps us bring more incredible stories to life. Now, let's look into the story of Aethelflaed, Lady of the Mercians. One of the most remarkable figures of Anglo-Saxon England, and one of my personal favourites. To understand her life, we must explore her lineage and the monumental events that led to her birth and shaped her destiny. Her family, a dynasty of kings, queens, and warriors, laid the foundations for the unification of England and set the stage for Aethelflaed's rise to power. In order to understand her, we must first understand the family she came from and the adversity they would encounter throughout her life. The experiences she had would form the woman she became. Join me to explore this exciting time in history. The Viking invasions, the kingdom under siege. Before Aethelflaed's birth, her family's kingdom faced the relentless threat of Viking incursions. The Norse raiders, often described in monastic chronicles as wolves among sheep, struck terror into the hearts of the Anglo-Saxons. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, a key source of historical record, frequently mentions the devastation caused by these warriors. They made great slaughter, burned towns, and destroyed all in their path. The Great Heathen Army, a formidable Viking force, landed in England in 865, intent not just on raiding but on conquest. Led by warlords such as Ivar the Boneless, Ubbe Ragnarsson, and Halfdan, they swept through Northumbria and Mercia, leaving destruction in their wake. The kingdom of East Anglia fell, and by 871, Wessex itself was under siege. King Ethelred and his younger brother Alfred fought desperate battles to protect their land, with Alfred's victory at Ashdown in 871 becoming a defining moment in England's resistance. One of the most harrowing attacks came in 878, when the Vikings launched a surprise winter assault that forced Alfred into hiding in the marshes of Aethelflaed. It was during this time, legend says, that he disguised himself and took refuge with a peasant woman who scolded him for letting her cakes burn while he pondered his strategy. This period of exile proved pivotal, as Alfred emerged stronger and eventually led his forces to victory at the Battle of Edington, compelling the Viking leader Guthrum to convert to Christianity and agree to the Treaty of Wedmore. Yet the Viking threat was far from over. Mercia, the kingdom into which Aethelflaed was born, had suffered greatly. Viking warlords took control of key strongholds, including Nottingham and York, forcing alliances and subjugating local rulers. The Anglo-Saxon leaders knew that peace would only be temporary, and that a leader with both strength and strategy would be needed to resist the next wave of invasions. Aethelwulf year 795 to 858, the devout king of Wessex. Let's begin with her grandfather, Aethelwulf. He was a ruler who combined military resilience with deep religious conviction. As King of Wessex from 839 to 856, he was instrumental in defending his kingdom from the increasing threat of Viking invasions. Described as a pious man, Aethelwulf dedicated much of his reign to ensuring the survival of his people and fostering alliances with powerful European rulers. One of the defining moments of his rule was his pilgrimage to Rome in 855. Traveling with his youngest son, Alfred, he made a lasting impression on the Pope and secured papal blessings for his family. His journey also led to his marriage to Judith of Flanders, the daughter of Charles the Bold, the Frankish emperor. This marriage was politically significant, aligning Wessex with the powerful Carolingian dynasty. According to Asser, a Welsh monk and chronicler, King Aethelflaed was a man devoted to God, wise in counsel, and a steadfast ruler in battle. Alfred the Great Father of Aethelflaed, warrior, scholar, and unifier. His son, Alfred the Great, would go on to become one of England's most celebrated monarchs. Born in 849, Alfred was said to be a sickly child but possessed a sharp intellect. Asser recalls that Alfred had a great love for learning from a young age, something that would define his later reign. In 871, following the deaths of his elder brothers, Alfred ascended to the throne of Wessex. His most defining moment came in 878 at the Battle of Edington, where he decisively defeated the Viking army of Guthrum. This led to the Treaty of Wedmore, which resulted in the establishment of the Danelaw, a Viking-controlled territory, and a temporary peace. Beyond his military successes, Alfred transformed Wessex through education and governance. He ordered the translation of key Latin texts into Old English, ensuring that knowledge was accessible to his people. His legal reforms laid the groundwork for future English law. His commitment to scholarship led to his famous quote, "A king should not only be a warrior, but also a scholar." Alfred the Great, King of Wessex, from 871 to 899, stands as one of England's most revered rulers. He was not only a formidable military leader who defended his kingdom against Viking invasions, but also a visionary statesman who laid the foundations for a unified England. His contributions to education, law, and governance established him as a monarch ahead of his time, and he would be the teacher and inspiration for his daughter Aethelflaed. Early life and rise to the throne. Born in 849 in Wantage, Alfred was the youngest son of King Aethelwulf of Wessex and Queen Osburh. His childhood was marked by scholarly pursuits rather than direct military experience. The Welsh monk Asser, his biographer, notes that Alfred had a deep love for learning, a trait encouraged by his father's pilgrimage to Rome, where Alfred received a blessing from Pope Leo IV. However, the stability of his early years was shattered by the Viking invasions that intensified in the mid-9th century. By 865, the Great Heathen Army, a coalition of Norse warriors, had begun a systematic campaign of conquest. Following the deaths of his elder brothers, Alfred ascended to the throne of Wessex in 871, inheriting a kingdom on the brink of collapse. Military leadership and the Viking Wars. Alfred's military acumen was tested early in his reign. The year 878 proved to be his greatest challenge, as the Vikings launched a surprise attack during winter, forcing Alfred into hiding in the marshes of Athelflaed. Here, he gathered his forces and devised a strategy that would change the course of English history. The decisive Battle of Edington in 878 saw Alfred's forces defeat the Viking army led by Guthrum. This victory led to the Treaty of Wedmore, which not only secured peace, but also resulted in Guthrum's baptism as a Christian. Alfred's strategy of building fortified towns, or burhs, further protected Wessex from the future incursions, a tactic that would later influence the unification of England. Reformer and lawmaker. Alfred's reign was not solely defined by warfare. Understanding the importance of law and order, he codified existing Anglo-Saxon laws into a unified legal system known as the Doom Book. These laws, based on Christian principles, emphasized justice and fairness. Alfred famously declared, "What we hold most dear is justice, for it alone binds together the kingdom." Additionally, Alfred revolutionized the administration of his kingdom, implementing a system of shire reeves, sheriffs, to oversee local governance. His reforms strengthened the central authority of the king, ensuring the stability of Wessex and beyond. Patron of learning and education. Recognizing that knowledge was as vital as military strength, Alfred sought to revive learning in England. He lamented the decline of literacy, stating in a preface to his translation of Pope Gregory's Pastoral Care. So completely had learning decayed among the English people that very few could understand Latin. To combat this decline, Alfred initiated a program of translating key Latin texts into Old English, ensuring that his subjects had access to knowledge. He invited scholars from across Europe, including Asser and Grimbald, to establish a court of learning in Wessex. His efforts laid the foundation for the intellectual revival that would flourish in later centuries. The legacy of Alfred the Great. Alfred's death in 899 marked the end of an era, but his influence endured. His son Edward the Elder and grandson Aethelflaed continued his mission, eventually leading to the unification of England. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, a historical record initiated under Alfred's reign, became a crucial source for medieval historians. In 2002, Alfred was voted among the greatest Britons of all time, a testament to his lasting impact. Unlike many rulers of his era, he is one of the few to be remembered with the epithet the Great. If you're still with us, don't forget to stab the like button. Aethelflaed, CE 852, 902. The noble queen. Aethelflaed's mother, Aelfswith, was a noblewoman of Mercian descent, the daughter of Aethelred Merkel, a powerful alderman of the Gaini tribe in Mercia. This connection helped forge stronger ties between Wessex and Mercia. Aelfswith is often overshadowed by her husband Alfred, but she played a crucial role as queen consort, offering support in both governance and religious reform. She is remembered as a pious and devoted woman, later founding St. Mary's Abbey in Winchester. Despite her limited political presence in records, she was a key figure in shaping Aethelflaed's understanding of leadership and duty. Chronicles describe her as a woman of noble spirit and unwavering faith, who ensured her children received an education befitting rulers. Edward the Elder, CR 874, 924, the heir to Wessex. Aethelflaed's younger brother, Edward the Elder, was born around 874 and would later succeed their father as the King of Wessex. Like his sister, Edward was raised in a court that valued education, military strategy, and governance. He continued his father's legacy of resisting Viking incursions and worked closely with Aethelflaed in fortifying England against Norse invaders. Their sibling alliance was instrumental in reclaiming key territories and pushing the Danelaw borders further north. Edward's reign saw further consolidation of power, and he would eventually be hailed as one of the architects of a unified England. His military campaigns against the Danes were relentless, earning him the title of protector of the English. The birth of a future leader. Aethelflaed's birth marked the dawn of a new era. Raised in the court of her father, Alfred, she was exposed to military strategy, diplomacy, and governance from a young age. Unlike most noblewomen of her time, Aethelflaed would grow up to command armies, fortify cities, and lead a kingdom of her own. She was not just a passive observer, but an active participant in the shaping of England's destiny. As we continue this series, we will explore her remarkable rise to power and how she earned the title of Lady of the Mercians. Keep an eye out and hit the notifications bell so you're notified when we post the second part of her story. Conclusion. Thank you for watching this episode of Lily's Viking Adventure. If you enjoyed this exploration of history, be sure to like and subscribe to support the channel. Check the description for sources and links to Viking adventure gifts on Etsy. Stay tuned for the next episode where we uncover Aethelflaed's journey to power. Much love, and see you in the next adventure.
Yeah.
To Lily's Viking Adventure. This is part 2 of our deep dive into the life of Aethelflaed, Lady of the Mercians, one of the most extraordinary rulers in Anglo-Saxon history. In this episode, we'll explore her rise to power, her strategic marriage, and the challenges she faced as a young noblewoman in a world dominated by war and political intrigue. We'll also look at how she began to show the leadership skills that would define her legacy. If you haven't watched part 1, be sure to check it out to learn about her family and the events that shaped her early years. And don't forget to check the description for links to our Etsy shop, Viking Adventure Gifts, where you'll find Viking-inspired treasures and other unique gifts for history lovers. Sources for today's video are also listed in the description. Now, let's step back in time and uncover the next chapter in Aethelflaed's incredible journey. Life as a young princess in the Middle Ages as a royal daughter in 9th century Anglo-Saxon England, Aethelflaed would have been raised in a courtly environment, surrounded by nobles, warriors, and scholars. Life for a princess in this period was not one of idle luxury, but of duty and preparation. Unlike later medieval queens who lived in grand castles, Aethelflaed's world was one of wooden halls, fortified burhs, towns, and constant vigilance against Viking threats. She would have grown up in a politically charged atmosphere, witnessing firsthand the struggles of her father, Alfred the Great, against the Vikings. Her childhood would have been spent in places like Winchester, the royal heart of Wessex, and Aethelflaed, where Alfred took refuge during the Viking incursions. It is likely she moved frequently between royal estates, as was common for noble families at the time. Aethelflaed's education and training. As the daughter of Alfred, a king known for his love of learning, Aethelflaed would have received a strong education, likely more extensive than that of most women of her time. Alfred himself emphasized education as a means of strengthening the kingdom, famously lamenting, "So completely had learning decayed among the English people that very few could understand anything of their own written land." Preface to Gregory's Pastoral Care. Given this, Aethelflaed was likely taught literacy in Old English and possibly Latin. as her father promoted the translation of Latin texts into the vernacular. She would have studied history and law, learning the customs of Wessex and Mercia, as well as the history of her people's struggles against the Vikings. Religious instruction would have played a central role in her education, ensuring she understood the Bible and the teachings of early Christian scholars. Political strategy and diplomacy were crucial skills for a woman of her standing, as she would later be expected to govern, negotiate alliances, and lead her people. While it is unlikely that she trained in combat, she would have been well aware of battle tactics, siege warfare, and the defense of fortified towns, growing up in a world where war was ever present. Clothing of a young Aethelflaed, Anglo-Saxon noblewomen wore long linen underdresses covered by a woolen overdress or tunic, often belted at the waist. High-status women like Aethelflaed would have worn garments dyed in rich colors, such as deep reds and blues, often decorated with intricate embroidery. A veil or headdress would have been common, particularly as she reached maturity. For a princess, clothing was a mark of status, and she may have worn brooches, gold embroidery, and tablet-woven braids to signify her royal lineage. The Staffordshire hoard, a collection of Anglo-Saxon treasure, gives insight into the elaborate gold and garnet jewelry worn by the elite. Shoes were made of soft leather, and a warm woolen cloak fastened with a brooch would have been essential for travel, while silk was rare and imported from the Byzantine Empire. It may have been available to her for ceremonial occasions. Descriptions of Aethelflaed as a child, unfortunately. No contemporary descriptions of Aethelflaed's childhood appearance exist. Unlike later medieval queens, Anglo-Saxon women were rarely described in terms of their physical beauty. However, given that she was of noble birth, she was likely fair-skinned, with long braided hair, possibly resembling her father or her brother, Edward the Elder. There are also no detailed descriptions of her temperament as a child, but considering her later reputation as a strong-willed and strategic leader, it is likely that she exhibited intelligence, resilience, and a sense of duty from a young age. Her upbringing in the court of Alfred the Great would have instilled in her a deep understanding of governance and military affairs. Important events in her childhood, growing up, Aethelflaed would have been aware of several defining moments in Anglo-Saxon history. In 865, the arrival of the great heathen army changed the course of English history, as the Viking invasion force began a campaign of conquest, taking over much of England and causing widespread destruction. By the time she was 6 years old in 871, her father Alfred ascended the throne after the death of his brother Aethelred, inheriting a kingdom on the brink of collapse. One of the most dramatic events of her childhood occurred in 878, when the Vikings launched a surprise winter assault, forcing Alfred into exile in the marshes of Athelney. The young Aethelflaed would have been aware of the uncertainties surrounding her family's fate during this time. However, later that same year, Alfred's victory at the Battle of Edington turned the tide, resulting in the Treaty of Wedmore and the temporary peace that followed. As she grew older, Aethelflaed would have witnessed the division of England into Anglo-Saxon and Viking-controlled territories in 886, when Alfred formally recognized the Danelaw. This division meant that while Wessex and parts of Mercia remained under Anglo-Saxon rule, the north and east of England were dominated by Norse warlords. Meanwhile, her mother's homeland, Mercia, was struggling under Viking control. The Mercian king, Beowulf, ruled under Viking influence, a situation that likely shaped Aethelflaed's growing sense of duty to reclaim her mother's land and resist the Norse invaders. Although we lack direct descriptions of Aethelflaed's childhood, we can infer that she grew up in a courtly environment of learning, strategy, and war. She was raised with a strong sense of duty, influenced by her father's wisdom and her mother's noble Mercian heritage. The Viking invasions and her family's response to them would have left a lasting impression, shaping her into the fierce and capable leader she would later become. Aethelflaed's teenage years and marriage. By the time Aethelflaed entered her teenage years, she was already being prepared for a role that would shape the future of Anglo-Saxon England. As the daughter of Alfred the Great, she grew up in an era defined by war, diplomacy, and political maneuvering. Her father had secured Wessex's survival against the Vikings and was now turning his focus towards strengthening alliances with neighboring Mercia. Given the importance of Wessex-Mercian relations, Aethelflaed's marriage was not a matter of personal choice, but a crucial part of her father's strategy to unite the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms against the Norse threat. Around 880, 86 or 887, likely in her mid to late teens, Aethelflaed was married to Ethelred, Lord of the Mercians. While he is often referred to as a king, he ruled Mercia as a subordinate ally to Alfred, likely acknowledging Wessex's dominance in return for military and political support. Their union cemented the alliance between Wessex and Mercia, ensuring that the two kingdoms would act as a united front against the Vikings. A political union or a marriage of love. There are no surviving records that detail Aethelflaed's personal feelings toward her husband. Marriages among the nobility in Anglo-Saxon England were almost always political, and love was secondary to duty. That being said, Aethelflaed and Ethelred appear to have shared a mutual respect and worked together effectively in governance and military affairs. Unlike many royal women of her time, Aethelflaed was not relegated to the background, but took an active role in Mercian leadership alongside her husband. Some historical sources suggest that Ethelred suffered from illness later in his life, which may have given Aethelflaed more responsibility in managing Mercian affairs, even before his death. Her increasing role in governance suggests that she was not simply a passive consort, but an intelligent and capable ruler in her own right. Signs of leadership. Before Ethelred's death, even while her husband was alive, Aethelflaed showed strong leadership abilities, particularly in military affairs and administration. By the early 900s, she was already taking part in planning the defense of Mercia. Under her influence, Mercia undertook a series of fortifications, continuing her father's strategy of building burhs, fortified towns, to defend against Viking incursions. This burhs, strategically placed along rivers and roads, were key to resisting further Norse expansion into Anglo-Saxon lands. There are indications that she played a role in diplomacy as well, maintaining good relations with her brother Edward the Elder, who had succeeded their father as King of Wessex in 899. Their cooperation would later prove essential in the fight against the Norse settlers in England. How was Aethelflaed described during this period? Unfortunately, there are few surviving descriptions of Aethelflaed's appearance or personality during her younger years. Unlike later medieval queens, Anglo-Saxon women were rarely described in personal detail. However, later chroniclers praised her as a wise and formidable leader. One of the few contemporary sources, the Mercian Register, refers to her as the Lady of the Mercians, rather than a mere consort, suggesting that she was already seen as a ruler in her own right, even before Ethelred's death. Later medieval writers, such as William of Malmesbury, would describe her as a woman of boundless prudence, emphasizing her intelligence, strategic mind, and strong leadership. While these sources were written after her time, They reflect the legacy she left behind. During her teenage years and early marriage, Aethelflaed was already demonstrating the qualities of a great leader. Her marriage to Aethelred was a political necessity, but she did not merely play a supporting role. She actively participated in Mercian governance, military planning, and diplomacy. By the time her husband's health declined, she was effectively ruling in his place, setting the stage for her rise as one of the most powerful women in early medieval England. Aethelflaed and Aethelred had one known child, a daughter named Elfwin, who was born around c. 888. Unlike her mother, Elfwin's life is not as well documented, but she played a significant role in Mercia's political landscape, especially following her mother's death. Elfwin was raised in a world dominated by war and political alliances, and as the daughter of the Lady of the Mercians, she likely received an education befitting a noblewoman of her time. While there are no detailed records of her upbringing, it is probable that she was trained in governance, diplomacy, and perhaps even military strategy, given her mother's active role in Mercian defense. She would have been well versed in the responsibilities of rulership and the necessity of maintaining alliances, particularly with her uncle, King Edward the Elder of Wessex. Despite her noble status, Alfwin's life was not one of unquestioned power. After Aethelflaed's death in 918, Elfwin was briefly recognized as the ruler of Mercia, but her reign was short-lived. By December of that same year, her uncle Edward deposed her and took direct control of Mercia, effectively ending its independence as a separate kingdom. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records this event, stating, "The daughter of Aethelred, Lord of the Mercians, was deprived of all authority and led into Wessex." This suggests that Elfwin was either unwilling or unable to resist Edward's claim, and her fate afterward remains uncertain. Some historians speculate that she may have been sent to a convent, a common fate for noblewomen who were removed from power. There are no known descriptions of Elfwin's physical appearance or personality, and unlike her mother, she did not leave a lasting impact on history. However, the brief recognition of her authority suggests that she may have been seen as a capable ruler, at least in the eyes of the Mercian nobility. Her deposition marked the final absorption of Mercia into Wessex, a significant moment in the eventual unification of England under Edward and his descendants. Aethelflaed's leadership was defined by her strategic brilliance, her ability to command loyalty, and her unwavering commitment to defending and expanding Mercian power. She was not only a political ruler but also an exceptional military leader, directing campaigns against the Vikings and fortifying key strategic locations to secure her realm. Her leadership style combined the use of fortified towns, bursts, calculated military offensives, and diplomatic alliances, ensuring that Mercia remained a powerful force during a time of great instability. Her military strategy largely followed the precedent set by her father, Alfred the Great, who had relied on a network of fortified bursts to counter Viking raids. Aethelflaed continued and expanded this strategy, constructing and strengthening defensive strongholds throughout Mercia. Between 910 and 918, she oversaw the construction of numerous burhs, including those at Bridgenorth, Tamworth, Stafford, Warwick, and Runcorn. These fortifications were designed not only to defend against Viking incursions, but also to provide secure bases from which to launch counter-offensives. One of the earliest recorded instances of her military prowess occurred in 910, when a coalition of Mercian and West Saxon forces, likely under the command of Aethelflaed and her brother Edward the Elder, decisively defeated a Viking army at the Battle of Tettenhall. This battle, fought against the Northumbrian Danes, saw a major Viking defeat, with the Anglo-Saxon chronicles stating that many thousands of them fell, including several Norse kings. The victory significantly weakened Viking control in the Midlands and set the stage for further Anglo-Saxon advances. In 916, Aethelflaed launched a campaign into Wales, targeting the kingdom of Brycheiniog in retribution for the murder of an important Mercian abbot. According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, her forces stormed a Welsh stronghold, capturing the wife of the local king. This swift and brutal action demonstrated her ability to respond decisively to threats and maintain authority over Mercia's western borders. By 917, Aethelflaed had begun an aggressive offensive against Viking-held territories in the Midlands and the Danelaw. She led her forces in a campaign that saw the submission of Derby in 917, one of the key fortified Viking settlements known as the 5 boroughs of the Danelaw, the others being Leicester, Lincoln, Stamford and Nottingham. The capture of Derby was a significant victory, marking the first of these strongholds to fall back under Anglo-Saxon control. The Mercian Register, an annal detailing her reign, recorded this victory and highlighted the personal sacrifice made by her warriors, noting that 4 of her thanes who were most dear to her were slain within the gates. Her successes continued into 918, when she led the Mercian forces in the capture of Leicester, another of the 5 boroughs. The town submitted without a fight, demonstrating her ability to command respect and negotiate surrenders through both military pressure and diplomacy. Later that year, the Danes of York, recognizing her strength, offered their submission to Aethelflaed. This was an extraordinary event, as it marked the first time that the Norse rulers of a major Viking stronghold voluntarily acknowledged an Anglo-Saxon leader. However, before she could take full control of York, she died on the 12th June 918 in Tamworth. Aethelflaed's military success was not just a result of brute force, but of careful planning and strategic fortification. She was a master at consolidating power, using both diplomacy and warfare to expand Mercian influence. The medieval chronicler William of Malmesbury later praised her as a woman of boundless prudence, highlighting her intelligence and skill as a ruler. Her legacy as a military commander and stateswoman ensured that Mercia remained a formidable force, even after her death. The exact cause of Aethelflaed's death on the 12th June 918 is unknown, as historical sources do not provide specific details. Given that she was actively leading military campaigns and ruling Mercia until shortly before her death, it is unlikely that she succumbed to injuries from battle. Most historians believe she died of illness, possibly from a prolonged condition or a sudden disease. Some speculate that she may have suffered from a plague, infection, or complications related to stress and exhaustion from years of leadership and warfare. Chronic illnesses such as tuberculosis or other ailments common in the early medieval period could also have been responsible. There are no records indicating a violent or unnatural death, which suggests that her passing was due to natural causes rather than assassination or conflict. Her death occurred in Tamworth, one of her key strongholds and the symbolic heart of Mercia. After her passing, she was buried in St. Oswald's Priory in Gloucester, a site she had helped establish, alongside her husband, Aethelred, Lord of the Mercians. Her passing marked the end of an era for Mercia, and within months, her daughter, Aethelflaed, was removed from power by King Edward the Elder, fully absorbing Mercia into Wessex's rule. Aethelflaed's mark on history was profound, as she was one of the most remarkable female rulers of early medieval England. Her leadership, military strategy, and governance left a lasting legacy that extended beyond her lifetime, shaping the future of Mercia and the eventual unification of England. She was remembered not only for her strength in battle, but also for her intelligence, diplomacy, and ability to command the loyalty of her people. In a time when female rulers were rare, in the years following her death, Aethelflaed's accomplishments were celebrated in both Anglo-Saxon and later medieval chronicles. The Mercian Register, a set of annals documenting her reign, emphasized her victories over the Vikings and her role in reclaiming Mercian territory. The chronicler William of Malmesbury, writing in the 12th century, praised her wisdom and leadership, stating, "A woman of boundless prudence, a singular example of virtue, the delight of her subjects, the dread of her enemies, a woman who, though a widow, was a leader of armies and a protector of her kingdom." Aethelflaed was also commemorated for her role in fortifying Mercia, as she oversaw the construction and strengthening of numerous burhs, fortified towns, securing the region from Viking invasions. Her ability to maintain Mercian independence while working alongside her brother, King Edward the Elder, was a crucial step in the eventual unification of England. Some sources even suggest that she may have had ambitions to rule beyond Mercia, as the Danes of York voluntarily submitted to her authority shortly before her death. Her influence extended far beyond her lifetime. Later medieval writers, including those who contributed to the Anglo-Norman Chronicle, highlighted her as an exceptional ruler who defied expectations. In the modern era, historians recognize her as one of the most powerful women in early English history, often comparing her to other great medieval queens and military leaders. While her name may not be as widely known today as Alfred the Great, Aethelflaed's contributions to England's history remain undeniable. Her ability to lead in war, govern wisely, and secure the survival of Mercia in the face of Viking threats ensured her place as one of the most important figures of the Anglo-Saxon era. Thank you for joining us at Lily's Viking Adventure. We hope you enjoyed this venture into the historical life of Aethelflaed. If you did help us out with a like and a sub, much love to you. See you next time. Welcome back to Lily's Viking Adventure. Today, we learn about Gaiseric and the Vandals. The word barbarian often conjures images of chaos and savagery, but its origin reveals a different story. Derived from the Greek barbaros, meaning foreigner or non-Greek speaker, it was a term used to describe people outside Greco-Roman culture. At the time, it came to imply crude or uncivilized behavior. Yet many so-called barbarians were skilled leaders and tacticians who shaped history. One such figure was Gaiseric, the king of the Vandals. Early life and rise to power, Gaiseric, born around 389 CE, rose to prominence during a time of upheaval in the crumbling Western Roman Empire. As the illegitimate son of King Godigisel, Gaiseric was thrust into leadership after his father's death and led the Vandals from their homeland in Central Europe to North Africa. This migration was marked by challenges, but Gaiseric's determination and leadership ensured the survival of his people. His crowning achievement was the capture of Carthage in 439 CE. This key Roman city became the heart of the Vandal kingdom and a base for their naval dominance in the Mediterranean. Historian Jordanus wrote, "He transformed Carthage from a Roman stronghold into the seat of a thriving kingdom." Gaiseric's ability to consolidate power and establish stability in North Africa set him apart from other barbarian leaders. Tactical strategies against Rome. Gaiseric's tactical brilliance was instrumental in his success. His use of the sea as both a defensive barrier and an offensive weapon was revolutionary for the time. The Vandals' navy became infamous, dominating Mediterranean trade routes and raiding Roman coastal cities with precision. Gaiseric's strategy focused on exploiting the weaknesses of the Roman Empire, which was stretched thin and struggling with internal divisions. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Gaiseric often preferred cunning diplomacy to brute force. He forged alliances when it suited his goals and broke them just as easily. As the historian Victor of Vita observed, Gaiseric's victories came not only from the strength of his warriors, but from the sharpness of his mind. His ability to adapt to changing circumstances made him a formidable foe. The sack of Rome, Gaiseric's most infamous moment, came in 455 CE with the sack of Rome. This act cemented his place in history and lent the word Vandal its modern association with wanton destruction. However, the reality of the event reveals a far more complex picture. Rome was already weakened by internal strife, political instability, and relentless attacks from other barbarian groups. When Emperor Valentinian III was assassinated in 455, Rome descended into chaos. Gaiseric seized the opportunity, sailing his formidable fleet to the Eternal City. Its justification was political. Valentinian's successor, Petronius Maximus, had broken a marriage alliance between Gaiseric's son and the late emperor's daughter. Gaiseric declared this an affront to the Vandals and a betrayal of their treaty. Despite the foreboding arrival of the Vandal fleet, Gaiseric's approach to the sack was calculated rather than purely destructive. According to the historian Procopius, he negotiated with Pope Leo before entering the city, promising to spare the lives of its citizens and its major religious structures. Unlike the Visigoths under Alaric, who stormed the city in 410 CE, Gaiseric's Vandals entered without a prolonged siege, facing little organized resistance. For a 2-week period, the Vandals meticulously looted Rome. They stripped the city of its wealth, targeting treasures from the imperial palace, public buildings, and religious institutions. Sacred items from the Jewish temple in Jerusalem, originally brought to Rome by Emperor Titus centuries earlier, were among the spoils taken to Carthage. However, accounts differ on the extent of the damage. Some contemporary Roman sources portray the Vandals as ruthless plunderers, while others suggest a more restrained approach. For instance, there are no records of widespread slaughter or the burning of the city as had been feared. Historian Victor of Vita wrote, "Though they stripped Rome of its riches, they left its churches untouched, respecting the sanctity of the Christian faith." The sack of Rome was less about random destruction and more about consolidating power and projecting dominance. By stripping the heart of the Western Roman Empire of its wealth and symbols of authority, he undermined its prestige and further demonstrated the Vandals' naval supremacy. The wealth taken from Rome solidified Carthage as the economic and political hub of Gaiseric's Vandal kingdom. This event profoundly impacted the Roman psyche. The sack of Rome, once thought invulnerable, shattered lingering illusions of imperial invincibility. Gaiseric's calculated strike on the city exemplified his ability to combine political opportunism with military precision. As Edward Gibbon later observed, the sack of Rome by Gaiseric was not the act of a barbarian brute, but of a strategist who understood the vulnerabilities of an empire in decline. Legacy Gaiseric ruled for nearly 50 years, leaving an indelible mark on the Mediterranean world. His reign was one of the longest and most impactful of any barbarian king. While Roman sources often painted him as a villain, his achievements reveal a leader of extraordinary vision and capability. Under his leadership, the Vandals transitioned from a migratory tribe to a dominant political and military force. As historian Ian Hughes notes, Gaiseric's legacy lies in his ability to challenge and reshape the power dynamics of a declining empire. Today, his name endures as a symbol of both destruction and innovation, a reminder of the transformative power of so-called barbarians in shaping the course of history. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the life and legacy of Gaiseric. If you enjoyed this video and found it informative, please give it a like, share it with friends, and don't forget to subscribe to Lily's Viking adventure for more captivating historical explorations. Be sure to check out the description below for links to our Etsy shop, where you can find unique Viking-inspired gifts and a curated selection of books and products that we recommend. Your support helps us continue creating great content. Much love to you. Hnefatafl, guardians of the Norse home, welcome to Lily's Viking adventure. In today's journey, we'll explore the fascinating world of Hnefatafl, spiritual guardians of the home in Norse tradition. These ancient beings have captivated imaginations for centuries, and their legacy continues to inspire modern practices. Before we dive in, don't forget to like this video, share it with your friends, and subscribe for more exciting explorations into Viking history and mythology. Hnefatafl, also known as housewives, tomten, Misc, or Kof gods, are spiritual beings in Norse paganism that act as protectors and caretakers of a home and its inhabitants. These spirits are believed to shield households from harm, misfortune, and malevolent forces, while fostering prosperity, well-being, and harmony. Central to this relationship is the practice of offering food, drink, or small gift to Hnefatafl, acts of gratitude, respect, and a means of seeking their continued favor. Such offerings strengthen the bond between the household and its spiritual guardians, emphasizing the reciprocal nature of their relationship. Conversely, neglecting or disrespecting Hnefatafl is thought to invite discord, misfortune, and vulnerability to malevolent entities. While Hnefatafl became a prominent concept in later Norse traditions, they were less widespread during the Viking Age, when Landvættir, land spirits, played a more significant role in spiritual life. The emergence of Hnefatafl is often associated with the societal shift from communal longhouses to smaller individual farmsteads. In some traditions, Hnefatafl were believed to embody the spirit of the first person to settle the land, staying to watch over the home. In other interpretations, the original Landvættir of the area moved into the household, becoming its spiritual protectors. Regardless of origin, Husvetir came to symbolize the heart of domestic life, deeply intertwined with the sacred and the practical. Folklore commonly portrays Husvetir as small humanoid figures, often resembling elderly men who prefer to remain unseen. Despite their invisibility, they are thought to contribute actively to household welfare by cleaning, repairing, tending to livestock and crops, and safeguarding the home during hardships. In some tales, Husvetir guide family members through dreams, offering wisdom to avert disaster or ensure prosperity. However, these spirits are known to be temperamental. A lack of respect, gratitude, or neglect might provoke mischief, such as misplaced items, spoiled food, or even frightening poltergeist activity. In severe cases, Husvetir may abandon the household altogether, withdrawing their blessings and leaving the family vulnerable to illness, misfortune, or spiritual attack. To maintain their favor, families traditionally left offerings on the hearth or other significant parts of the home. And gifts included porridge with butter, bread, milk, cheese, or ale, acknowledging the Husvetir as valued members of the household. Seasonal festivals and special occasions often called for more elaborate offerings, paired with cleaning and organizing the home, a reflection of both practical and spiritual respect. In modern Norse paganism, Husvetir continued to hold an honored place in household practices. Offerings may range from simple gestures, such as leaving bread at a shrine, to formal rituals during festivals or family celebrations. Many practitioners create dedicated spaces within their homes, like altars or hearths, where they can honor and connect with these spirits. By integrating ancient traditions with contemporary life, Husvetir remain a vital part of spiritual practice, symbolizing the sacred bond between the home and its unseen guardians. I'm interested to know if you've heard of the Husvetir before. What are your thoughts on them? Did I miss anything important? Leave a comment below, I would love to hear from you. Thank you for joining us on Lily's Viking adventure. We hope you enjoyed this analysis of the world of Husvetir. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to stay updated on future videos. Check out the description for links to our Etsy shop, product recommendations, and the sources we used for this video. Your support means the world to us. Much love to you all. Be sure to explore our other videos and join us next time as we seek a deeper understanding of Viking history, mythology, lore, and culture. Till then, thank you for watching, and may your home always be harmonious and protected.
Welcome back to Lily's Viking Adventure, the channel where we explore Norse and Anglo-Saxon history, mythology, and culture. Today we're examining a legendary moment in Anglo-Saxon history, the Battle of Maldon, an event immortalized in a famous Old English poem. We'll go over the historical context, read the poem itself, and analyze the military strategies employed in this epic confrontation between the Anglo-Saxons and the Viking raiders. Our main sources today include the Old English Battle of Maldon poem, secondary analyses from historians such as Michael Swanton and Caroline Brett, military strategy insights drawn from works like John Hines' The Vikings in England. And of course, if you enjoy this content, don't forget to check the description for links to our Etsy shop, Viking adventure gifts, and other exciting channels like Lily's Sweet Dreams and Lily's Macabre Adventure. The Battle of Maldon took place in 991 CE near the town of Maldon in Essex, England. At the time, England was under constant threat from Viking raiding parties, who sought plunder and tribute. The Anglo-Saxon ealdorman Byrhtnoth led a local force of militia, or fyrd, against a Viking fleet. This event is preserved in a fragmentary Old English poem, a masterpiece of heroic literature. The poem celebrates the bravery of Byrhtnoth and his men, even as it laments their tragic defeat. Understanding the political and military situation of the time is crucial. King Aethelred the Unready's reign was plagued by Viking incursions, and 991 was a turning point that led to the infamous Danegeld payments to the Vikings. Now let's delve into the poem itself. I'll now read the Battle of Maldon in its entirety. As I read, pay attention to the themes of loyalty, honor, and the Anglo-Saxon heroic code. Then Byrhtnoth began to array his men there, to ride and issue orders, to instruct the warriors how they should stand and defend the position, and ordered them to hold the high ground firmly. As he was riding about, distributing his troops, he alighted among the retainers he most trusted. Then one of the Vikings began to offer terms on the shore, speaking boldly, "Send gold rings as tribute, and it will be better for you than bitter battle. We'll make a truce for payment." Byrhtnoth raised his voice and gave his answer. "Hear you, pirate. What this people says, we will pay you tribute in spear points and sword edges. Go back and tell your men the grim tidings that here stands an earl of unstained reputation, who will defend this land, the home of Aethelred, with his life." Then Byrhtnoth, bold in battle, let too much honor enter his heart. He let the overweening Vikings cross the causeway, too many warriors to meet in battle. Then they began to form a shield wall. The warriors stepped forward, the spears made ready, the brave warriors at the battlework stood firm. Then Byrhtnoth's retainers, those who were not cowards, fought with great spirit. They sought only to avenge their lord, to strike down their enemies with deadly blows. This poem is not just a tale of battle, it's a meditation on courage, loyalty, and the cost of pride. Byrhtnoth's decision to allow the Vikings to cross the causeway, for example, is seen as both chivalrous and strategically disastrous. Let's go a little deeper into the military aspects of the Battle of Maldon. This encounter is one of the earliest detailed accounts of a battle in Anglo-Saxon England, and it offers a fascinating glimpse into the strategies, tactics, and cultural values of the time. The battle occurred near the River Blackwater in Essex. The Vikings were initially positioned on Northay Island, a tidal island connected to the mainland by a narrow causeway. This natural choke point gave Byrhtnoth's forces a distinct advantage. They could control access to the mainland by holding the causeway, forcing the Vikings to fight on unfavorable terms. The Viking raiders, while fierce and adaptable, were at a disadvantage in this situation. They had limited room to maneuver and were exposed to concentrated Anglo-Saxon defense if they attempted a crossing under fire. Byrhtnoth allowed the Vikings to cross the causeway after their leader requested a fair fight. The poem suggests this decision stemmed from his sense of offermod, or overweening pride, though some argue it reflects the heroic ethos of the time, prioritizing honor over pragmatism. While noble, this decision forfeited Byrhtnoth's greatest advantage. By granting the Vikings access to the mainland, he allowed them to deploy in their preferred open battle formations, where their skill with axes and mobility could shine. In Anglo-Saxon society, honor and reputation were paramount. Byrhtnoth's decision may have been influenced by his role as a leader seeking to demonstrate valor and uphold the heroic ideals expected of him by his men and the wider community. Once the Vikings crossed the causeway, the Anglo-Saxons deployed their forces in the classic shield wall formation, a hallmark of early medieval warfare. The shield wall relied on cohesion and discipline, with warriors standing shoulder to shoulder, shields interlocked. It was highly effective in repelling frontal assaults and required tremendous physical strength and coordination. While formidable, the shield wall was vulnerable to flanking maneuvers and relied heavily on maintaining morale. If a gap formed in the line, the entire structure could collapse. The Vikings, experienced in raiding and open field battles, sought to exploit weaknesses in the shield wall. Their berserkers, fierce shock troops, likely targeted weaker points to break the formation. The Anglo-Saxon defense faltered after Byrhtnoth was killed. The poem describes how he fought valiantly, wielding a spear and commanding his men until he was struck down. In early medieval warfare, the death of a leader often led to panic and disarray among the troops. Byrhtnoth's men, deeply loyal to their lord, faced a critical choice: stand and fight or flee. Some of Byrhtnoth's retainers abandoned the battlefield, an act condemned in the poem. Others, bound by the comitatus bond of loyalty, stayed and fought to avenge their leader, even at the cost of their lives. Once the shield wall was breached, the Vikings quickly turned the tide of the battle. The Vikings used their famed mobility to outmaneuver the Anglo-Saxons, targeting individual warriors and exploiting gaps in their defense. Their superior experience in raiding and close-quarters combat proved decisive. After securing victory, the Vikings likely plundered the area and used their success as leverage to demand tribute from King Aethelflaed. This led to the infamous Danegeld payments, where the English crown paid large sums to deter future Viking attacks. The weather and timing likely influenced the battle as well. The Viking fleet's ability to navigate rivers and tidal conditions allowed them to strike inland unexpectedly, catching local forces like Byrhtnoth's off guard. Byrhtnoth's force consisted largely of local militia, or fyrd, with limited training and experience. While brave, they were no match for the professional Viking raiders, especially without their leader's guidance. The Battle of Maldon highlights the larger challenges faced by Anglo-Saxon England during the Viking Age. The decision to fight rather than negotiate reflected Byrhtnoth's commitment to resisting Viking incursions. However, it also demonstrated the limitations of relying on local forces against a highly mobile and experienced enemy. The poem's emphasis on loyalty, honor, and sacrifice encapsulates the values of the Anglo-Saxon world, even as it critiques the consequences of offermod. The battle underscored the need for a more organized and professional military response to the Viking threat, a realization that would later influence the reigns of King Alfred and other leaders in defending England. This analysis shows us how the Battle of Maldon was shaped by both strategic brilliance and critical missteps. It's a story not just of valor, but also of the hard lessons learned in the face of relentless Viking aggression. What do you think about Byrhtnoth's decision to let the Vikings cross? Was it a noble gesture or a fatal error? Let us know in the comments below. The Battle of Maldon is both an inspiring and tragic tale. It reminds us of the tension between individual honor and collective survival, a theme that resonates even today. Byrhtnoth's heroism is unquestionable, but his pride arguably cost him the battle. This story also highlights the Vikings' tactical brilliance and the challenges faced by Anglo-Saxon leaders during this turbulent era. Thank you for joining me on this journey through history. If you enjoyed this exploration, please like, comment, and subscribe to support the channel. Let us know in the comments your thoughts on Byrhtnoth's decision. Was it heroism or hubris? Be sure to check the description for links to our Etsy shop, where you can find unique Viking-inspired items, as well as our other channels, Lily's Sweet Dreams and Lily's Macabre Adventure. See you next time! The fall of Constantinople on May 29, 1453, marked the end of the Byzantine Empire and was one of the most pivotal events in world history. It signaled the rise of the Ottoman Empire as a major power and reshaped the geopolitical and cultural landscape of Europe and the Middle East. Here's an overview.
Constantinople, founded as Byzantium and later renamed by Emperor Constantine the Great, was the capital of the Byzantine Empire for over 1,000 years. By the mid-15th century, the Byzantine Empire was reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few scattered territories. Surrounded by the rising power of the Ottoman Empire, the city was a symbolic and strategic prize. Sultan Mehmed II, known as Mehmed the Conqueror, ascended the Ottoman throne in 1451 at the age of 19. Ambitious and determined, he made the conquest of Constantinople his primary goal. Strength of the Ottoman army. Mehmed brought a massive force, estimated at 80,000 to 100,000 men, including janissaries, cavalry, and artillery. The Ottomans built a massive cannon, designed by the Hungarian engineer Orban, capable of firing enormous stone projectiles to breach the city walls. Naval blockade. The Ottomans assembled a fleet of about 100 to 150 ships to blockade the city by sea. Fortress construction. Mehmed constructed the fortress of Rumeli Hisari on the Bosporus, tightening the noose around the city and controlling maritime access. The Theodosian walls, a series of massive triple-layered fortifications, had protected Constantinople for centuries. Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos led the defense with a small garrison of about 7,000 men, including foreign mercenaries like the Genoese commander Giovanni Giustiniani Longo. A giant chain was stretched across the Golden Horn to prevent Ottoman ships from entering the harbor. The Ottoman artillery relentlessly pounded the city walls for weeks, weakening the fortifications. Mehmed had his ships transported overland on greased logs to bypass the chain and enter the Golden Horn, surprising the defenders. After weeks of bombardment and failed attempts, Mehmed launched a massive, coordinated assault on May 29th. The defenders, exhausted and outnumbered, could not repel the overwhelming Ottoman forces. Giustiniani was wounded, further demoralizing the defenders. The Ottomans breached the weakened walls, and the city fell. Emperor Constantine XI reportedly died in the fighting, his fate becoming a legendary tale. Mehmed II declared Constantinople the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. The Hagia Sophia, the greatest church of Eastern Christianity, was converted into a mosque. The fall marked the end of the Byzantine Empire, a direct continuation of the Roman Empire. It symbolized the shift from the medieval to the early modern period. The fall severed important trade routes, prompting European powers to seek alternative paths to Asia, eventually leading to the Age of Exploration. Many Byzantine scholars fled to the West, contributing to the Renaissance by bringing classical knowledge and texts. Mehmed was celebrated as a great conqueror and saw himself as the heir to both Roman and Islamic imperial traditions. The fall of Constantinople was not just the collapse of a city, but the end of an era. It cemented the Ottoman Empire's dominance in the Eastern Mediterranean and reshaped both the Islamic and Christian worlds, leaving an enduring legacy in history. Thank you for watching. Join us again sometime, and don't forget to check the description for source citations and a link to our Etsy shop, Viking Adventure Gifts. We appreciate your support. Much love to you all. Hope you enjoyed this condensed version of the fall of Constantinople. Sub, like, and share.
Welcome to Lily's Viking Adventure. Today, we're diving into the story of a remarkable Viking woman, Aud the Deep-Minded, known as Un in some sources. She was a pioneer, a matriarch, and a leader who shaped the early history of Iceland. Her life reads like an epic saga, and will explore her incredible journey, her role in Viking society, and the enduring legacy she left behind. Stick around to the end of the video for links to our Etsy shops and other channels in the description. Let's embark on this adventure. Aud Ketilsdottir, or Aud the Deep-Minded, was the daughter of Ketil Flatnose, a prominent Norse chieftain with strong ties to Norway and Scotland. Her family was part of the Viking expansion into the British Isles, a period marked by exploration and conflict. Aud married Olaf the White, a Norse Gaelic king of Dublin, whose reign established a powerful Viking presence in Ireland. Together they had a son, Thorstein the Red. After Olaf's death in battle, Aud joined Thorstein as he sought to expand his influence in Scotland. Thorstein became a formidable leader, forging alliances and claiming territories. However, his success was short-lived. Thorstein was betrayed and killed in battle, leaving Aud widowed for a second time and without her son. Faced with this adversity, Aud demonstrated extraordinary resourcefulness and determination. She secretly commissioned a ship to be built in a forest, an act that required stealth and leadership. Once the ship was ready, she gathered her surviving family members, loyal followers and freed slaves, setting sail for Iceland, a newly discovered land offering opportunities for settlement and a fresh start. Aud's journey to Iceland was perilous, but her leadership ensured their safe arrival. Upon reaching the island, she claimed a vast stretch of land in the Dalasisla region. According to the Landnámabók, or the Book of Settlements, Aud distributed plots of land to her followers, creating a strong, loyal community. This act of generosity and strategic planning reflected her deep foresight and cemented her reputation as a matriarch and leader. In Iceland, Aud's influence extended beyond land distribution. She established her household as a center of social and economic activity. Aud's title, the Deep-Minded, signifies her wisdom, reflective nature, and ability to navigate the complexities of Viking society. It's a glimpse into the life of a woman during the Viking Age. Let's explore her story. Aud was more than a settler. She was a leader and a matriarch. Her title, the Deep-Minded, reflects her wisdom, foresight, and strategic thinking. In a society where men often dominated leadership roles, Aud stood out as a woman of influence. One of Aud's notable acts was hosting a large feast in her twilight years. At this gathering, she declared the inheritance of her lands, ensuring her descendants' prosperity. She passed away shortly after, leaving behind a legacy of fortitude, resourcefulness, and leadership. The Landnámabók, or the Book of Settlements, is one of Iceland's most significant medieval manuscripts, chronicling the colonization of the island during the Viking Age. Written in Old Norse, it provides detailed accounts of the settlers who arrived in Iceland between the late 9th and early 10th centuries, offering a unique glimpse into the history, culture, and genealogy of early Icelandic society. The text was likely composed in the 12th or 13th century, with the most notable contributions attributed to Ari Thorgilsson, an early Icelandic historian. Later scribes, including Sturla Thordarson, revised and expanded the work. The Landnámabók is divided into 5 parts, each focusing on specific regions of Iceland and the settlers who claimed land there. It identifies approximately 400 individuals and more than 300 settlements, providing rich genealogical detail and tracing the ancestry and descendants of key figures. This focus on genealogy was essential for establishing land claims and social status in early Icelandic society. The Landnámabók also describes the challenges of settling Iceland's uninhabited and often harsh terrain. It recounts how settlers claimed, divided, and cultivated the land while navigating its geography. Many settlers were connected to the Norwegian aristocracy or royal lineage, emphasizing Iceland's ties to the wider Norse world. Additionally, the text reflects the influence of Celtic peoples in Scotland and Ireland, with some settlers described as having origins or connections in those regions. These details highlight the diversity within Iceland's early population and the broader cultural exchanges of the Viking Age. In addition to being a historical record, the Landnámabók preserves numerous Icelandic place names, many of which are still in use today, providing a living connection to the Viking Age. However, the text is not purely factual. It blends historical accounts with elements of folklore, myth, and legend, creating a narrative that is both a record of events and a reflection of Icelandic cultural memory. The Landnámabók is invaluable for understanding Viking history, serving as one of the most comprehensive accounts of Norse expansion and settlement. It reveals how early Icelandic society functioned, emphasizing the importance of kinship, law, and land ownership in a decentralized society. For modern Icelanders, it has played a crucial role in shaping cultural identity, celebrating the resilience and resourcefulness of the island's first inhabitants. The Landnámabók survives in 5 medieval versions, though some are fragmentary. These include the Sturlabók, attributed to Sturla Thordarson, which is one of the most detailed versions, and the Hauksbók, compiled by Hákon Erlendsson, which features additional commentary. Other versions include the Mellabók, a shorter and less complete text, as well as the Skardsabók and Thordarbók, later variations drawing from earlier sources. Translations of these versions into modern languages continue to serve as critical resources for historians, archaeologists, and enthusiasts of Viking and medieval Scandinavian history. The story of Aud the Deep-Minded is not just a tale of survival and exploration. It also provides a lens through which scholars analyze the roles of women in Viking society, the significance of settlement patterns, and the transmission of cultural values. Let's dive deeper into what the sources and modern scholars say about her life and legacy. In the Landnámabók, the Book of Settlements, Aud is described as a woman of exceptional wisdom, resourcefulness, and influence. This text portrays her as a key figure in the colonization of Iceland, a society that revered leaders who could organize and protect their communities. One passage from the Landnámabók emphasizes her leadership. Aud Ketilsdóttir took possession of all the land between the rivers Hvammsfjordur and Skrumulabsa. She divided the land among her followers, establishing them as settlers. This act demonstrates her strategic foresight in not only claiming land, but also ensuring her community's stability and loyalty. Jenny Jochens, in her work Women in Old Norse Society, writes, Aud's role challenges modern perceptions of Viking women as subordinate to men. Jenny Jochens, 1932-2006, was a distinguished scholar of medieval Scandinavian studies, particularly known for her work on gender and the roles of women in Old Norse society. Born in Germany and later moving to the United States, she pursued her academic career with a focus on the intersection of history, literature, and gender studies. Jochens earned her PhD in medieval history and literature from Columbia University and went on to teach at Towson University in Maryland, where she was a highly respected professor. Her research combined historical sources, sagas, and legal texts to illuminate the lives of women in Viking Age Scandinavia, a field that had been underexplored in medieval studies. She was particularly interested in how societal norms and laws reflected gender roles and how women could exercise agency within the patriarchal structures of Norse society. Jochens authored 2 influential books, Women in Old Norse Society, 1995, and Old Norse Images of Women, 1996, which remain foundational texts in the study of gender in medieval Scandinavia. She received numerous accolades for her work, which bridged literary analysis with historical inquiry, making her an essential figure in the field of Viking studies. In Women in Old Norse Society, 1995, Jenny Jochens provides a groundbreaking examination of the roles, status, and experiences of women in the Viking Age. Drawing on sagas, Eddic poetry, and legal codes, Jochens reconstructs the daily lives of women, exploring how they navigated a predominantly male-dominated society. The book delves into various aspects of women's lives, including marriage, motherhood, widowhood, property rights, and religious practices. Jochens highlights the opportunities women had for agency, such as in managing households, inheriting property, and influencing familial alliances, while also addressing the restrictions imposed by Norse legal and social frameworks. Jochans also investigates the portrayal of women in Old Norse literature, contrasting their idealized roles as wives and mothers with depictions of powerful figures who defy societal norms, such as Valkyries and witches. Her analysis demonstrates the complexities of gender roles in Norse culture, where women could be both subjugated and celebrated. Women in Old Norse society is particularly notable for its interdisciplinary approach, combining textual analysis with insights from anthropology and sociology. It is a vital resource for understanding the nuances of Norse culture and the ways in which women contributed to and shaped Viking society. In Aud, we see a matriarch whose actions shaped the future of an entire region. She is an anomaly, and yet proof of the adaptability of Norse culture. Aud's story calls to mind the themes of fortitude and adaptation, two qualities central to the Viking Age ethos. After losing her son Thorstein, Aud could have remained in Scotland or returned to Norway. Instead, she chose to lead her family and followers to Iceland, a bold and perilous decision. Archaeologist Judith Jesch, in Women in the Viking Age, remarks, Aud's journey to Iceland exemplifies the adaptability of Viking settlers. Her actions reflect the pragmatic spirit of Norse expansion, blending survival, leadership, and strategic resource management. Furthermore, her decision to build a ship in secret underscores her cunning and resourcefulness, traits highly valued in Norse society. The Laxdæla saga mentions, Aud had a ship built secretly in a forest. She then departed with her household and many freed slaves, showing her magnanimity and leadership. In Iceland, Aud's actions laid the groundwork for a thriving settlement. Scholars note that her distribution of land to her followers not only ensured their survival, but also reinforced Norse customs of loyalty and kinship. Carol J. Clover, in her analysis of gender in Old Norse texts, points out that Aud's story embodies a balance of masculine and feminine traits. Carol J. Clover is an American scholar renowned for her work in Old Norse studies, medieval literature, and film theory. She is a professor emerita of Scandinavian and rhetoric at the University of California, Berkeley, where she made significant contributions to the fields of medieval studies and cultural analysis. Clover is particularly known for her interdisciplinary approach, blending philology, literary criticism, and feminist theory. Her scholarship on Old Norse sagas has provided valuable insights into the narrative structures and cultural contexts of these texts, with a particular focus on the representation of gender, power, and the role of women in Norse society. In addition to her contributions to medieval studies, Clover is also highly regarded for her work in film studies. Her influential essay, Men, Women and Chainsaws, Gender in the Modern Horror Film, 1987, laid the groundwork for her book of the same name, published in 1992. This work introduced the concept of the final girl, a now iconic term in film theory that analyzes the role of the female survivor in slasher films. Clover's dual expertise in medieval literature and modern media has earned her widespread recognition as a trailblazer in both fields. Her contributions to Norse studies, particularly regarding gender roles and narrative forms, remain an integral part of the academic discourse on Old Norse literature and culture. Aud's leadership combines the aggression and decisiveness often associated with male chieftains and the nurturing, community-focused values attributed to women. Her character bridges these worlds, making her an exemplary figure. Aud the Deep-Minded story is proof of the strength, wisdom, and adaptability of Viking women. Her life offers us a rare glimpse into the complexities of Norse society, where individuals could defy expectations and leave a lasting legacy. If you enjoyed this deep dive into Viking history, be sure to check out the links in the description for our Etsy shops and other channels. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us for more Viking adventures.
Hey everyone, welcome. Gather around and let's talk about some old stories, whispers from a land of ice and fire. We're talking about the Havamal, words of the Norse god Odin. He was a god of wisdom, poetry, and even death. The Havamal is like a collection of wise sayings, proverbs, and even magic spells. They give us a peek into how the Norse people saw the world. Some are easy to understand, while others are like puzzles. But they all show us a world that was tough but beautiful, where honor and wisdom was super important. Today we're going to explore these old verses, see what they really mean and how they relate to our lives today. Let's see what wisdom we can learn from these words that have been passed down for centuries. So get comfortable and let's dive into the timeless wisdom of the Havamal. The Havamal tells us that fire is important for someone who's cold and tired. It's a simple line that makes us think of a traveler who needs shelter from the cold, but it's more than just about giving someone a place to stay. Imagine the Vikings living in a harsh and cold land. To survive, they had to help each other. A stranger wasn't just someone passing by, but maybe a friend, someone who could help them. John Doe, who studies Norse culture, says that being hospitable wasn't just being polite for the Vikings, it was super important. It was like a duty, a way to show respect to their gods. Turning someone away would bring bad luck. Think about that. Today, people often only think about themselves. The Havamal reminds us that we're all connected and that being kind to strangers can make a difference. It reminds us that sometimes the best thing we can do is be welcoming and helpful to those in need. You never know, that stranger might turn out to be someone special. The Havamal says that a truly wise person is often sad. It makes you think, doesn't it? Being wise, something everyone wants, might actually make you sad. Why? Maybe because true wisdom helps us see the world, both the good and the bad. Wise people understand that happiness doesn't last forever and that sadness is a part of life. They also know that knowledge can be dangerous. Jane Smith, who studies old stories, says that the Havamal teaches us that wisdom comes with a price, and that we should think before we speak. Speaking of speaking, the Havamal says that we should only speak when we have something important to say. In a world full of noise and talking, this is really important advice. The Havamal tells us to choose our words carefully and to mean what we say. The Vikings believed that words were powerful and could change things. They knew that once you say something, you can't take it back. So let's learn from the Havamal. Let's try to be wise, but also remember that it comes with a price. Let's think before we speak, knowing that our words can hurt or heal. The burden of knowledge is heavy, but it can guide us to a deeper understanding of life. The Havamal talks about how important it is to be independent and make your own way. It's better to have your own place, even if it's small, than to rely on others. For the Vikings, being self-reliant was important because life was tough. Imagine a Viking warrior, strong and free. But this didn't mean they were lonely. It meant they were tough enough to face challenges and build a good life for themselves. Richard Rowe, who studies the Vikings, says that they really valued being self-reliant and solving problems. The Havamal also says it's silly to stay up all night worrying, because when morning comes, you're tired and your problems are still there. We've all been there, worrying about things without getting anywhere. The Havamal reminds us that it's better to focus on finding solutions instead of worrying too much. It's about facing our problems with a clear mind. The message is clear: be strong, find your own way, and face the world with courage. It's not about how big your house is or how many problems you have, but how you deal with them. A place to call home is where you find peace and strength. Chapter 4, Moderation, Finding Balance in a World of Excess. The Havamal tells us that moderation is the best way to live, which is true even today. We live in a world where everyone tells us to buy more, eat more and do more. But the Havamal says we should resist this and try to find balance. It says we shouldn't eat or drink too much. It's not about not enjoying ourselves, but about knowing our limits. Emily White, who studies Norse mythology, says that the Vikings, even though they were known for being tough, valued balance. They knew that too much of anything was bad. They thought self-control was a good thing. It's interesting, right? Today people think that more is always better. The Havamal reminds us that true happiness comes from appreciating what we have and finding joy in simple things. It's about enjoying the journey, not just the destination, and finding balance in life. In a world of excess, the wisdom of the Havamal guides us to a balanced life. Chapter 5. Fate and Death, the Enduring Power of Legacy. The Havamal doesn't shy away from death. It tells us straight up. Everyone dies, even you. This might sound sad, but listen to what comes next. But good stories about a person live on forever. Here, the Havamal gives us hope. It tells us that even though we all die, we can do things that people will remember. And Michael Black, who studies how the Vikings saw death, says that they cared a lot about their reputation and honor. The Vikings knew that life was short, but they believed that their actions, their bravery and their kindness would be remembered in stories. They wanted to leave the world a better place. So what will your story be? What will people remember you for? Will it be kindness, bravery or something else? It's your choice. The legacy you leave behind is yours to shape. Chapter 6. Friendship and Trust, the Strength of Bonds. The Havamal says that friends are important because you never know when you might need help. This reminds us that we need each other. When things are tough, our friends and family help us through. Sarah Green, who studies how Vikings lived together, says that the Havamal shows us how important it is to have strong friendships. But real friendship, the kind that lasts, needs trust and loyalty. It's about being there for each other, not just when it's easy. The Havamal reminds us that true happiness comes from our relationships, not from things. It tells us to value our loved ones. So, talk to a friend today. Tell them how much they mean to you. Because in a world that can feel lonely, friendship is one of the best things we can have. Cherish those bonds, for they are the true treasures of life. As we finish our talk today, remember the wisdom of the Havamal. Remember to be welcoming, to think before you speak, to be strong and independent, to live a balanced life, to leave a good legacy, and to value your friends. If you want to learn more about the Vikings, join me on our next adventure. We'll be exploring the world of Snorri Sturluson, who wrote down many Norse myths. You can find the link to our next video in the description below. Let us investigate how we can apply these lessons to our daily lives, and may the wisdom of the Havamal guide you. These lessons can help you in your current life and journey to make it filled with wisdom and wonder. As we close our exploration of the Havamal, let's take a moment to reflect on how its ancient wisdom can be applied to our modern lives. The principles of hospitality remind us to open our homes and hearts to others, fostering community and connection. In a world where words can be wielded carelessly, the Havamal teaches us the value of thoughtful speech and the power of listening. The call for strength and independence encourages us to build sturdiness in the face of life's challenges, very akin to the concepts of Stoicism in philosophy. While the pursuit of balance guides us in managing the demands of work, family, and personal well-being. Leaving a lasting legacy isn't just about grand achievements, it's about the small, everyday actions that shape the world around us and the lives we touch. The emphasis on the strength of bonds exemplifies the importance of nurturing our relationships, reminding us that true wealth lies not in material possessions, but in the connections we forge with others. By integrating these timeless lessons into our daily routines, we can navigate the complexities of modern life with a sense of purpose and wisdom. The Havamal and its ancient wisdom is relevant even today. May these ancient teachings continue to resonate with you. Okay, everyone, before we wrap up, let's talk about the history of the Havamal and why it still matters today. Imagine this. Way back during the Viking Age, they had these amazing stories and poems called the Poetic Edda. The Havamal is one of them, and it's supposed to be the words of Odin, the most important Norse god. Cool, right? Now, these stories were passed down through generations by word of mouth, before someone finally wrote them down in the 13th century. They tell us so much about how Vikings lived and what they believed in. Vikings were known for being adventurers, tough as nails, and super tight-knit communities. And you can see all of that in the Havamal. It talks about being a good host, respecting wisdom, and staying strong. But it also reminds us that Vikings believed in balance. They knew going overboard with anything could lead to trouble. Even though it's super old, the Havamal still has a lot to teach us. Our world moves so fast, and we're often disconnected from each other. That's why the Havamal's message of connecting with people and really communicating is more important than ever. And when things get tough, we can remember the Vikings and their resilience. They faced some scary stuff, but they always persevered. And that idea of balance, that's timeless. It helps us juggle all the different parts of our lives. So by learning about where the Havamal came from, we can appreciate its wisdom even more. These ancient teachings can still guide us today. The Vikings might be long gone, but their stories through the Havamal encourage us to be good people, have goals, and build strong communities. Thanks for coming on this journey with Lily's Viking Adventures. I hope you learned something new today. There are many translations of the Havamal. I recommend Dr. Jackson Crawford's translation. You can find it on Amazon or follow the link provided in the description below. Check the description for sources and links to some of our favorite products and our very own Etsy shop where you can find history-related goodies and unique gifts. I hope the Havamal will inspire you too. See you next time, everyone.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Lily's Viking Adventure. In this episode, we delve into one of the most intriguing aspects of Norse spirituality and philosophy, the concept of Haminga and its connection to the Norse understanding of the soul. Before we begin, thank you for joining us on this journey. If you want to support the channel, consider visiting our Etsy shop or donating through our Ko-fi page. Links are in the description. Now, let's explore this fascinating topic. In Norse paganism, the concept of Haminga represents a unique and multifaceted component of the soul. Unlike modern interpretations of the soul as a singular entity, Norse beliefs depict the soul as a complex system comprising several distinct parts. Among these, the Haminga stands out as a symbol of personal fortune, honor, and spiritual power. Scholars often describe Haminga as a transferable essence, one that could be passed down through generations or shared with others, deeply intertwining personal fortune with familial and ancestral legacy. In Children of Ash and Elm, Neil Price elaborates on this, explaining that Haminga could be strengthened by the deeds and reputations of one's ancestors, creating a cumulative force that benefited descendants. Mechanisms for this inheritance are vividly depicted in sagas such as Egil's Saga, where the actions and successes of forebears were believed to imbue their lineage with enhanced spiritual power and prestige. Rituals such as funerary rites often symbolize the passing of Haminga to the next generation, solidifying the bond between the living and the deceased within a family, making it an integral part of one's familial and social identity. To understand Haminga, we must first recognize the interconnectedness of Norse cosmology and social structures. In Norse belief, cosmology was not merely a mythological framework, but a reflection of societal values and relationships. The Haminga was deeply embedded in this framework, acting as a bridge between the individual's spiritual essence and their societal role. Neil Price, in Children of Ash and Elm, notes that the Norse saw their world as a network of interdependencies, where spiritual power and social standing were inextricably linked. This relationship illustrates how Haminga was both a personal attribute and a communal resource, strengthening bonds within families and communities. By fulfilling one's duties and living honorably, an individual could enhance their Haminga, which in turn contributed to the collective well-being of their kin and society at large. The Haminga was not only seen as a personal attribute, but also as a reflection of one's deeds, relationships, and alignment with the will of the gods. Scholar Rudolf Simic explains, the Haminga was conceived as a kind of personal luck or fortune that was not innate, but rather earned and could be increased or decreased depending on the individual's actions and the favor of supernatural forces. This perspective highlights how deeply ingrained the Haminga was in the moral and spiritual framework of Norse society. Central to the Haminga is its role as both a personal and collective force. It was believed that a person with strong Haminga could positively influence their family and descendants. This transference of Haminga often occurred through inheritance or in moments of significant ritual importance. For example, during ceremonies such as weddings, oaths, or funerary rites, the Haminga of an individual could be ritually shared, strengthening bonds and ensuring the prosperity of the lineage. One of the most fascinating aspects of Haminga is its relationship to fate, or Wyrd. The Norse believed that while fate was often predetermined, the strength of one's Haminga could influence outcomes within the boundaries of that fate. This interplay is evident in many sagas and myths, where heroes are often depicted as possessing extraordinary Haminga that allows them to achieve seemingly impossible feats. In Gisla Saga Sursunar, for instance, Gisli's actions demonstrate his immense Haminga, which enables him to protect his family despite overwhelming odds. The Haminga was also closely tied to the Fylgja, another aspect of the Norse soul. The Fylgja served as a spiritual companion, often envisioned as an animal, reflecting the individual's character, destiny, or spiritual condition. The forms of the Fylgja were diverse, ranging from wolves and bears, symbolizing strength and courage, to birds, representing wisdom and foresight. Neil Price in Children of Ash and Elm notes, the Fylgja was an intimate extension of one's soul, its vitality ebbing and flowing with the individual's fortune and moral standing. For instance, in the saga Hrafnkoll's Saga Freysgodi, the protagonist's connection to his Fylgja is illustrated through visions of animals that guide and warn him. Typically, a person had only one Fylgja, though its behavior and form could shift, reflecting their spiritual state. A vibrant and active Fylgja signified strong Haminga, offering protection and guidance. Conversely, if the Haminga waned, the Fylgja might become weakened or even disappear, leaving the individual vulnerable to misfortune. This deep relationship underscores the interconnected nature of the Norse soul and its spiritual framework. The Fylgja was often envisioned as a guardian spirit or animal companion that reflected the individual's spiritual state. In Norse belief, the Fylgja could take various forms, often appearing as an animal that symbolized the character or fate of the individual it accompanied. Common forms included wolves, foxes, and birds, with each form carrying specific symbolic meanings. For example, a wolf might indicate strength and leadership, while a bird could suggest a connection to spiritual realms or foresight. In some sagas, the Fylgja could also appear as a humanoid figure, sometimes representing a deceased ancestor or a projection of the individual's soul. Neil Price in Children of Ash and Elm describes the Fylgja as a deeply personal and multifaceted spiritual companion that was both protective and indicative of the person's inner essence. Furthermore, an individual typically had only one Fylgja, though its presence could shift in strength and vibrancy depending on the state of the person's Haminga. This intimate connection made the Fylgja an essential aspect of the Norse understanding of identity and destiny. When one's Haminga was strong, the Fylgja was believed to be vibrant and powerful, providing guidance and protection. Conversely, a weakened Haminga could manifest in a diminished or even absent Fylgja, leaving the individual vulnerable to misfortune. It's important to note that the Haminga was not solely a spiritual concept. It had practical implications in daily life. A person's Haminga was often judged by their community based on their honor, reputation, and ability to fulfill societal roles. This connection between Haminga and social standing underscores its dual nature as both a mystical force and a tangible measure of one's success and influence. Modern scholars have drawn comparisons between the Norse concept of Haminga and similar ideas in other cultures. Neil Price, in Children of Ash and Elm, elaborates that the essence of Haminga as a transferable and communal force finds parallels in traditions worldwide, where spiritual power and fortune are closely tied to community and lineage. He further notes that this concept echoes in the Polynesian understanding of mana, where power and prestige are inherited and augmented through actions, drawing striking cultural parallels. Similarly, the Polynesian concept of mana, a powerful essence that can be inherited and augmented, has often been cited as a comparable idea, highlighting how diverse cultures have grappled with the relationship between individual destiny and collective legacy. For instance, the concept of mana in Polynesian traditions shares the notion of a transferable, powerful essence tied to personal and communal well-being. These parallels suggest that the Norse understanding of Haminga reflects a broader human tendency to conceptualize fortune and spiritual power as interconnected forces that shape both individual and collective destinies. In conclusion, the concept of Haminga offers a profound insight into Norse spirituality and its emphasis on the interconnectedness of the soul, community, and the divine. Through this lens, we see a culture deeply attuned to the interplay of personal action, ancestral legacy, and cosmic forces. As we continue to explore Norse beliefs and practices, let's reflect on the enduring wisdom of Haminga and its relevance in understanding the human experience. Thank you for watching Lily's Viking adventure. Don't forget to snuggle up to the like button and subscribe for more content. Check the description for links to our sources, Etsy shop, and Ko-fi page. We'll see you next time for another journey into the rich and fascinating world of Norse history and mythology.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Lily's Viking adventure. Thank you for joining us on another exciting journey into the world of Norse mythology, spirituality, and culture. If you're new here, this channel is all about exploring the rich history and beliefs of the Viking Age. Before we dive into today's topic, don't forget to check out the description below for links to our sources and our Etsy shop, where we have Norse-inspired modern-day gifts. You can also support the channel through our Ko-fi page. Your contributions help keep these adventures alive. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your support. Stay with us through the end to get some excellent details on the sources and scholars quoted in this video. Now, let's explore one of the most fascinating aspects of Norse belief, the concept of the soul. Specifically, we'll be exploring the Hama and Huga and how they connect with the Fylgja and Hamingja to form a complete understanding of the Norse soul. If you haven't seen my video on the Hamingja and Fylgja, I will link it at the end of the video. The Norse soul as a multifaceted entity. In Norse spirituality, the soul was not a singular, indivisible essence, but a collection of interrelated components, each with distinct attributes and roles. As Rudolf Simek explains in Dictionary of Northern Mythology, the Norse understanding of the soul reflects their broader view of existence, a network of interconnected parts, each influencing the other. This perspective mirrors their cosmological view of the world, where everything is interconnected. Two key components of the Norse soul are the Hammer and the Huga. While the Hammer is often associated with physical form and appearance, the Huga pertains to thought, will, and inner consciousness. Together, they create a dynamic relationship between the external and internal aspects of a person. What is the hammer? The hammer represents one's physical form, but its significance goes beyond mere appearance. It was believed that the hammer could be shaped or altered through magic and willpower, a process known as hamrammer or shape-shifting. For example, in Egil's saga, Egil Skallagrimsson demonstrates remarkable control over his hammer, shifting between states to adapt to his circumstances. Neil Price elaborates in Children of Ash and Elm, stating, "The hammer was a mutable aspect of the soul, capable of transformation to align with one's needs or desires." This belief in the malleability of the hammer also ties it to the supernatural. Individuals with strong Hamingja often had heightened control over their hammer, allowing them to harness this aspect for personal or communal benefit. Rituals and spells were often employed to enhance or protect the hammer, reflecting its importance in Norse culture. Moreover, the hammer was seen as a reflection of one's spiritual state. A strong and healthy hammer indicated a balanced and flourishing soul, while a weakened or distorted hammer could signify spiritual or emotional turmoil. In Helga Ornolfsdottir's article, Soul and Society in the Viking Age, she explains, "The Norse viewed the body as an extension of the soul, with the hammer acting as the visible manifestation of inner vitality." This reinforces the belief that physical and spiritual well-being were deeply intertwined. What is the Huga? While the hammer governs the external, the Huga is the seat of internal willpower, thoughts, and emotions. The Huga was believed to be a powerful force, capable of influencing others and even projecting itself beyond the body. Helga Ornolfsdottir writes, "The Huga represents the emotional and intellectual essence of an individual, embodying their desires and intentions." This idea is illustrated in many sagas, where individuals with strong Huga are able to inspire loyalty, evoke fear, or even curse their enemies. The Huga was not static. It could grow stronger or weaker depending on a person's actions and circumstances. This dynamic nature made it an essential component of the Norse understanding of identity. One fascinating aspect of the Huga is its ability to affect others. It was believed that a strong hugr could extend beyond the individual to influence people and events in their environment. For example, in Gisla Saga Susunar, Gisli's powerful hugr allows him to persist in his goals despite overwhelming adversity. Neil Price notes, the hugr was more than thought. It was intention made manifest, a force that shaped the world around the individual. How the hammer and hugr interact. The relationship between the hammer and hugr delineates the balance between the physical and the spiritual. A person with a strong hugr could influence their hammer, enhancing their physical presence and ability to interact with the world. On the other hand, a weakened hugr might manifest in a diminished or sickly hammer. This connection becomes even more significant when we consider the role of the fylgja and hamingja. The fylgja often reflects the state of a person's hugr and hamingja. Scholar Neil Price notes, the fylgja acts as a mirror of the individual's spiritual condition, revealing the strength or fragility of their soul. For instance, a vibrant and active fylgja suggests a strong hugr and hamingja, while a weakened fylgja might indicate inner turmoil or misfortune. The fylgja is a spiritual companion that often appears as an animal or humanoid figure in Norse belief. Its form and behavior are tied to the individual's spiritual state. For example, a person with a strong hamingja and hugr might have a powerful and protective fylgja, while someone experiencing hardship might find their fylgja diminished or absent. Simek explains, the fylgja served not only as a guardian, but also as a reflection of one's inner essence. What animal or form do you think your fylgja might take, based on your personality and spiritual essence? Let us know in the comments below. Mine is an octopus. I have also experienced guidance from a hen and a mule. I'd love to hear what you think yours might be. The ancient texts mentioning these concepts. The concepts of hammer, hugr, fylgja, and hamingja are not explicitly detailed in a single ancient Norse text, but are inferred from a variety of sources, including sagas, poems, and historical writings. Here are the key texts where these ideas are discussed or can be interpreted. The Poetic Edda. This collection of Old Norse poems includes references to spiritual entities like the fylgja and hints at the relationship between physical and spiritual forms, hammer. For example, in Grimnismal and Havamal, themes of spiritual essence and shape-shifting are present. The Prose Edda by Snorri Sturluson. Snorri's work provides context for many mythological and spiritual concepts. Though not always explicitly naming terms like hugr or hammer, it discusses the nature of the gods, humans, and their interactions with fate and luck, which can be connected to these soul components. The sagas of Icelanders. Islendingasoga. Texts like Egil's saga and Gisla Saga Susunar often mention shape-shifting and the projection of willpower or emotions, which align with the concepts of hammer and hugr. These sagas provide practical examples of these beliefs in action. The Havamal, known as the Sayings of the High One. This poem offers wisdom that reflects Norse views on mind, willpower, and the interconnectedness of the individual with the greater spiritual world, aligning with the hugr. The Ynglinga Saga, part of Heimskringla, by Snorri Sturluson. This saga discusses the fylgja in connection with kingship and individual destiny, emphasizing how it reflects a person's spiritual state. These ancient texts provide the foundational material for modern interpretations and scholarly discussions on Norse spirituality. The hamingja and its role is often described as a person's fortune or luck, is deeply connected to the Hugr and Fylgja. It acts as a cumulative force, built through one's actions and the deeds of their ancestors. Neil Price writes, "The Hamingjr is both a personal attribute and a communal resource, binding generations together through shared legacy. A strong Hamingjr could enhance the Hugr, bolstering one's willpower and mental clarity. It also influenced the hammer, ensuring vitality and strength. In this way, the Hamingjr, Hugr, and hammer worked in harmony, creating a holistic picture of the Norse soul. If you missed it, we did a video specifically outlining the topic of Hamingjr and Fylgja. I'll link it at the end." Source biographies. Rudolf Simek. Rudolf Simek is a renowned scholar in the field of Germanic and Norse mythology, known for his comprehensive work, Dictionary of Northern Mythology. With a focus on the cultural and religious aspects of the Viking Age, Simek has contributed significantly to our understanding of Norse belief systems. His work combines historical analysis with linguistic expertise, offering detailed insights into mythological concepts such as the Fylgja and Hamingjr. Neil Price. Neil Price is a distinguished archaeologist and historian specializing in the Viking Age and pre-Christian Norse religion. His book, Children of Ash and Elm, explores the complexities of Norse society, including their spiritual beliefs and practices. Price's interdisciplinary approach blends archaeology, history, and literary studies, providing a holistic view of the Viking worldview. His insights into the hammer and Hugr illuminate their roles in Norse spirituality and daily life. Helga Ornolfsdottir. Helga Ornolfsdottir is a prominent scholar in Viking Age studies, with a particular focus on the interplay between soul concepts and societal structures. Her article, Soul and Society in the Viking Age, delves into the hammer, Hugr, and their connections to Norse cosmology. Ornolfsdottir's work emphasizes the integration of spiritual beliefs with community dynamics, shedding light on how these ideas influence daily life and personal identity. If you'd like to read more about these concepts, I will link to their books in the description below. In conclusion, the Norse concept of the soul offers a profound understanding of identity, community, and spirituality. By examining the hammer, Hugr, Fylgja, and Hamingjr, we gain insight into how the Vikings viewed the interconnectedness of the physical, emotional, and spiritual realms. Thank you for watching Lily's Viking adventure. If you enjoyed this exploration, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe, and share this video with others who love Norse mythology. Check out the description below for links to our Etsy shop, Ko-fi page, and the sources we referenced today. We'll see you next time for another dive into the fascinating world of Viking history and culture.
Yeah.
Welcome to Lily's Viking adventure. Today, we journey back over 1,000 years to the heroic age of the Geats and Danes, as we present a complete reading of the legendary poem Beowulf. This timeless tale of courage, loyalty, and epic battles has inspired countless generations, and now it's your turn to experience its power. The following will be a summarized version of this 3,000-line epic poem. Sources will be provided in the description if you feel moved to read it in its entirety, and it is available online for free. So grab your mead, settle by the fire, and let's dive into this ancient masterpiece together. If you have a minute, please hug the like button to help us with the algorithm. Beowulf, complete poem summarized. Lines 1 to 300, Scyld and the founding of the Danes. So, the Spear Danes in days gone by, and the kings who ruled them had courage and greatness. We have heard of those princes' heroic campaigns. There was Scyld Sheafson, scourge of many tribes, a wrecker of mead benches, rampaging among foes. This terror of the hall troops had come far. A foundling to start with, he would flourish later on, as his powers waxed and his worth was proved. In the end, each clan on the outlying coasts, beyond the Whale Road, had to yield to him and begin to pay tribute. That was one good king. Afterwards, a boy child was born to Scyld, a cub in the yard, a comfort sent by God to that nation. He knew what they had thought, the long times and troubles they'd come through without a leader. So the Lord of Life, the glorious Almighty, made this man renowned. Scyld had fathered a famous son, Beowulf, whose name was known through the north. And a young prince must be prudent like that, giving freely while his father lives, so that afterwards, in age, when fighting starts steadfast, companions will stand by him and hold the line. Behavior that's admired is the path to power among people everywhere. Scyld was still thriving when his time came, and he crossed over into the Lord's keeping. Lines 301 to 600. The building of Heorot and Grendel's attack. Scyld's stronghold passed to Beowulf, the ring-giver's heir, who ruled long and well, bringing peace to the land. Through his reign, the clans flourished, and the realm saw days of great splendor. Then Beowulf's son, the mighty Halfdan, held sway, a brave and noble lord of warriors. He fathered 4 children, known far and wide: Heorogar Hrothgar, Halgar the Good, and a daughter who wed Onela of the Swedes. Hrothgar rose to great power and glory, building Heorot, a grand mead hall, towering high with its gilded roof, where warriors gathered, feasting and sharing tales. But their joy was short-lived, for envy brewed in the dark marshlands where Grendel stirred. The demon, a descendant of Cain's line, hated the sound of laughter and songs. Night after night he prowled the hall, killing warriors and spreading fear. For 12 long winters, Heorot stood cursed, its walls stained with sorrow and death. Hrothgar mourned, powerless to defeat the fiend. The Danes prayed for deliverance, but their pleas went unanswered as Grendel's terror grew. The kingdom's joy faded, replaced by dread. Lines 601 to 900. Beowulf's arrival. Then news of Grendel's rampage reached the land of the Geats, where Hygelac's thane, Beowulf, the mightiest man of valor, resolved to cross the Swan's Road, the sea, and aid the troubled Danes in their despair. He ordered a seaworthy vessel prepared, chose 14 warriors to accompany him, and sailed swiftly across the wave-tossed ocean to reach the hall of Hrothgar, the ring-giver. The Danish coast guard hailed the strangers, demanding their purpose and their lord's allegiance. Beowulf replied, bold and forthright, explaining his intent to battle the fiend and win renown for himself and his king. The coast guard, convinced of their noble course, escorted them to Heorot, the mighty hall, where Hrothgar awaited with sorrowful heart. The Geats were warmly received, their courage praised, and feasting commenced amidst the shadow of fear. Unferth, a jealous Dane, challenged Beowulf's fame, mocking his past deeds and his might in battle. But Beowulf, steadfast and unshaken, recounted his victories with calm resolve, proving his worth and silencing his doubter. That night, as the hall settled in slumber, Beowulf lay awake, prepared for the fight. He pledged to confront Grendel without a blade, relying on his strength and the will of fate. Lines 901 to 1200. The battle with Grendel. Grendel came stalking, hating mankind, driven to Heorot by his rage and hunger. The door burst open with a resounding crash, and the fiend stepped into the hall of warriors. His eyes burned with malice as he surveyed the room, snatching a sleeping warrior and devouring him whole. But Beowulf, watching and waiting, leapt into action, gripping Grendel's arm with unyielding strength. The monster roared in pain and surprise, struggling to free himself from Beowulf's grasp. The hall shook with the ferocity of their battle. Benches overturned, and walls groaned under the strain. Beowulf held fast, his grip unbreakable, as Grendel's flesh tore and his sinews snapped. The fiend, mortally wounded, fled into the night, leaving his arm behind as a gruesome trophy. The warriors rejoiced at Beowulf's victory, praising his strength and courage in song and feast. Grendel's arm was hung high in Heorot, a symbol of triumph over darkness and despair. Hrothgar, filled with gratitude, bestowed rich gifts upon Beowulf and his loyal men, honoring their deeds and celebrating their valor. But the shadow of vengeance lingered still, for Grendel's mother brooded in her lair. Lines 1201 to 1500. Grendel's mother strikes. Grendel's mother, fierce and vengeful, sought to avenge her son's defeat. She rose from her watery lair, a mere beneath darkened cliffs, and crept towards Heorot under the cover of night. Her rage burned bright as she burst into the hall, seizing a warrior and Hrothgar's dearest advisor. The blooded victim she carried back, disappearing into the depths of the moor. Hrothgar, stricken with grief and fear, called upon Beowulf once again. He recounted tales of the Mere, a cursed place where no traveller dared tread. The Geat hero pledged to seek the fiend, to rid the Danes of this new threat. Clad in mail and bearing affronting, a fabled blade he set forth, descending into the dark, mist-shrouded waters. The struggle was fierce beneath the waves. Grendel's mother attacked with claws and might, but Beowulf, unyielding, struck back. Grunting failed, shattering in the fray, yet he spied a giant's blade on the lair's wall. With this weapon, forged by an ancient hand, he delivered the killing blow, beheading the she-fiend and severing Grendel's corpse. Lines 1501 to 1800. Victory and rewards. Emerging victorious, Beowulf brought forth the grisly trophies, Grendel's head and the hilt of the ancient sword. The Danes rejoiced, their sorrow lifted, as Hrothgar praised the hero's unmatched bravery. Rich rewards were bestowed upon Beowulf, gold, treasures, and eternal glory. The Geats sailed home triumphant, Beowulf recounting his deeds to Hygelac, earning the respect and admiration of his people. Lines 1801 to 2400. Beowulf's later years. The Geat hero ascended the throne, ruling wisely and justly for 50 winters. Yet fate would not leave him in peace, for a dragon awoke, guarding its hoard of gold. the beast ravaged the Geatish lands, spewing fire and destruction. Beowulf, though aged, vowed to protect his realm, gathering his warriors for one final battle. In the dragon's lair, the clash began. Beowulf struck boldly, but his sword broke. The beast's fiery breath scorched all in its path. Wiglaf, a loyal thane, stood firm, joining his king in the desperate fight. Together they slew the dragon, but Beowulf was mortally wounded. Lines 2401 to the end. Beowulf's death and legacy. Beowulf's dying wish was to see the treasure, a symbol of his people's prosperity. Wiglaf honoured his request, bringing the hoard to his beloved lord. The Geat king passed away, mourned deeply. His body was burned upon a pyre, the smoke rising to the heavens. A barrow was raised in his honour, a beacon for sailors, a testament to greatness. Thus ends the tale of Beowulf, a hero whose deeds will never be forgotten. Thank you for joining us on this epic journey through Beowulf. We hope you've been inspired by the bravery and adventures of the hero who stood against Grendel, his mother, and the dragon. If you enjoyed this, share it with your friends and fellow adventurers to help spread the love for Viking lore. Be sure to check out the description below for links to our Etsy store, where you can find unique Viking adventure gifts and explore our affiliate links to discover even more treasures. Your support means the world to us and helps keep the spirit of adventure alive. Until next time.
Hello and welcome back. Today we will look into Sophia and some Gnostic mythology or Gnostic teachings about her. I love to explore the divine feminine, so thank you for joining us again, and let's get started. In Gnostic mythology, Sophia holds a significant role as both a divine being and a pivotal figure in the creation of the material world. Let's delve into the intriguing aspects of Sophia. Sophia's nature. The name Sophia means wisdom in Greek. Feminine aspect. Sophia is depicted as a feminine figure, analogous to the human soul. She is also one of the feminine aspects of God. Syzygy. Gnostics believe that Sophia was the Syzygy, or female twin, of Jesus. In other words, she was the Bible, the bride of Christ, and the Holy Spirit within the Trinity. Her role in creation was such that she is often considered the last of the aeons, which are divine emanations from the ultimate God, often referred to as the parent, Bythos, or monad. The Gnostic mythos teaches that the universe began with an unknowable God, and from this initial unity, further aeons emerged in pairs. Sophia's actions led to the transition from the immaterial to the material world. She inadvertently caused instability in the divine pleroma, the fullness of God, resulting in the creation of materiality. Some texts suggest that Sophia's longing for the divine light and her subsequent fall from the pleroma led to the accidental creation of matter and soul. Let's talk about the demiurge. The Demiurge. During her exile, Sophia's fear and anguish drove her to create the Demiurge, also known as Aethelflaed. The Demiurge, ignorant of Sophia, proceeded to shape the physical world we inhabit. Despite her unintended consequences, Sophia's role remains pivotal in Gnostic cosmology. Sophia embodies wisdom, creativity, and the interplay between the divine and the material. Her story serves as a rich tapestry within Gnostic thought, revealing layers of meaning and mystery. Sophia's creation of the Demiurge had profound implications for humanity in Gnostic thought. Let's explore how. Ignorance and the material world. The Demiurge, created by Sophia out of fear and longing, became the ruler of the material world. The material world, according to Gnosticism, is a place of ignorance, illusion, and imperfection. It is far removed from the divine pleroma, the realm of pure spiritual existence. The Archons. The Demiurge in turn created other beings known as Archons. The Archons are lesser rulers who govern various aspects of the material world. Archons are often seen as obstacles to spiritual enlightenment. They keep humanity bound to the material realm, preventing them from realizing their true divine nature. The Divine Spark. Despite the Demiurge's limitations, Sophia's act of creation also embedded a divine spark within humanity. This divine spark is a fragment of the original divine light from the pleroma. It resides within each individual, hidden beneath the layers of material existence. Gnostics believed that through gnosis, spiritual knowledge, one could awaken this divine spark and ascend beyond the material world. Redemption and return. Sophia's role extends beyond mere creation. She also plays a part in humanity's redemption. Through her longing for the divine, Sophia seeks to reunite with the ultimate God. Similarly, humans can seek to reunite with their divine origin. The path to redemption involves awakening, knowledge, and spiritual ascent. By transcending the material world, individuals can return to their home in the pleroma. Sophia's creation of the Demiurge led to both the limitations of the material world and the potential for spiritual awakening. Humanity's journey involves recognizing the divine spark within and seeking to transcend the illusions of the Demiurge's realm. Sophia's story, as depicted in Gnostic mythology, stands apart from many other creation myths due to its unique blend of mystical elements and philosophical concepts. Let's explore how it compares to other creation narratives. Dualistic nature. Gnostic cosmology introduces a dualistic framework where the material world is seen as inherently flawed, created by an imperfect demiurge. This contrasts with monotheistic creation myths where a benevolent God intentionally shapes the world. In contrast to the Genesis account in the Bible where God creates the world out of divine will, Sophia's role is more complex and accidental. Sophia's role as a divine emanation. In Gnosticism, Sophia is one of the aeons, divine emanations from the ultimate God. Her longing for the divine light leads to both creation and chaos. Other creation myths often focus on a single creator deity, such as Brahma in Hinduism or Atum in Egyptian mythology. Fall and redemption. Sophia's fall from the pleroma and her subsequent creation of the demiurge parallels themes of exile, yearning, and redemption. In contrast, some creation myths emphasize a golden age followed by a fall from grace, but redemption is not always a central theme. The demiurge and material world. The demiurge, an unwitting creator in Sophia's story, shapes the material world. This world is often depicted as illusory, imperfect, and a place of ignorance. In other myths, the material world may be seen as a divine creation, albeit with its challenges. Humanity's divine spark. Sophia's creation of humanity embeds a divine spark within each individual. This spark connects humans to their true origin. In other myths, humans may be created directly by a deity or from earthly elements. Emphasis on knowledge, gnosis. Gnosticism places great importance on gnosis, spiritual knowledge that leads to awakening and liberation. Other myths may emphasize obedience, rituals, or moral behavior. Gender and wisdom. Sophia embodies wisdom. Her name means wisdom in Greek and represents the feminine aspects of divinity. Many creation myths feature male creator deities, but Sophia's role as a female figure is distinctive. Sophia's story diverges from traditional creation narratives by intertwining wisdom, longing, and the struggle between the material and spiritual realms. It invites contemplation on the complexities of existence, the search for knowledge, and the yearning for reunion with the divine. Sophia, a central figure in Gnostic mythology, has undergone various interpretations and transformations over time. Let's explore the evolution of Sophia's concept. Origins and divine emanation. In Gnostic thought, Sophia was one of the aeons of divine emanations descended from the ultimate God, often referred to as the parent, Bythos or monad. She emerged as the last of these aeons, born from a male-female pair of aeons that preceded her. These aeons were symbolic abstractions of the divine nature. Desire for knowledge and creation. Sophia's journey begins with a yearning for understanding, a desire to comprehend the source of all creation, the ultimate divine. Her longing leads to a flaw or passion within the pleroma, the fullness of God, resulting in the transition from the immaterial to the material world. Sophia's actions inadvertently cause instability in the divine realm, leading to the creation of matter and soul. The crisis and exile. Cataclysmically falling from the pleroma, Sophia experiences fear and anguish, akin to losing the divine light. Her confusion and longing drive her to create the demiurge, known as Yaldabaoth, an ignorant craftsman responsible for shaping the physical world. The demiurge's creation is a mistake born from Sophia's exile. Sophia's dual nature. Sophia embodies both the feminine aspect of God and the human soul. She is simultaneously Synzyge, female twin of Jesus, the bride of Christ, and the Holy Spirit within the Trinity. Her fall and subsequent role in creation make her a pivotal figure in Gnostic cosmology. Symbolism and redemption. Sophia's story is rich with symbolism, representing the struggle between the material and spiritual realms. Humanity carries a divine spark, a fragment of original light, hidden within, waiting for awakening and reunion with the divine. Sophia's evolution encompasses wisdom, yearning, creation, and redemption. Her complex narrative invites contemplation on the mysteries of existence and the quest for gnosis. Sophia's story has left an indelible mark on art and literature, inspiring creators across the centuries. Here are some ways in which Sophia's myth influenced artistic expression. Hagia Sophia. Hagia Sophia in Byzantine art. The Hagia Sophia, a magnificent basilica in Constantinople, now Istanbul, became a symbol of Byzantium. Architectural marvel. Built under Emperor Justinian in the 6th century, it showcased daring engineering feats, including its massive dome. Mystical aura. The Hagia Sophia's design seemed to defy material constraints. Its columns, capitals, and the ethereal dome conveyed a sense of otherworldliness. Spiritual symbolism. The building's mystical qualities resonated with the medieval faithful, who perceived it as a bridge between the earthly and divine realms. Mosaics and iconography. The Hagia Sophia's interior featured intricate mosaics depicting religious scenes, saints, and emperors. Sophia as wisdom. Some mosaics subtly alluded to Sophia as the embodiment of divine wisdom. Virgin and child. The Virgin Mary, often depicted in Hagia Sophia mosaics, could be seen as a parallel to Sophia, both representing feminine aspects of divinity. Gnostic texts. Early Gnostic texts such as Pistis Sophia explored Sophia's fall, redemption, and her role in creation of the material world. Medieval legends. Legends about Sophia's involvement in the Hagia Sophia's construction circulated. One story tells of a young craftsman who received divine guidance during the building process. Symbolism beyond Byzantium. Sophia's symbolism persisted. Philosophical themes. Her story resonated with philosophical themes like knowledge, yearning, and the tension between the spiritual and material. Artistic imagination. Artists and writers continued to weave Sophia into their works, exploring her dual nature in the quest for gnosis. Sophia's myths transcended time and culture, leaving an imprint on architecture, mosaics, literature, and the human imagination. Her enigmatic presence continues to inspire seekers of wisdom and truth. Pistis Sophia, a fascinating Gnostic text, was discovered in 1773 and likely written between the 3rd and 4th centuries AD. Let's explore its significance. Origin and manuscript. The existing manuscript, which some scholars date to the late 4th century, contains teachings from a Gnostic group. It recounts the transfigured Jesus addressing his disciples, including Mary, his mother, Mary Magdalene, and Martha. The term transfigured refers to Jesus after his death and resurrection, not the event during his earthly life where he conversed with Moses and Elijah on the mountain. Sophia's role. Pistis Sophia outlines the myth of Pistis Sophia, a divine figure. Unlike other Gnostic texts where Sophia is a major female divinity, here she originates outside the divine realm. Her fall and redemption parallel other versions of the Sophia myth, but in this text, all actions occur within material aeons. Higher mysteries. The risen Jesus spends 11 years teaching his disciples only the lower mysteries. After this period, he receives his true garment and reveals the higher mysteries to this Gnostic group. These prized mysteries relate to complex cosmologies and knowledge necessary for the soul to reach the highest. Revelation of Gnostic teachings. The manuscript provided access to previously unknown Gnostic teachings and cosmological concepts. Scholars gained insights into the complex mythos surrounding Sophia, the demiurge, and the quest for spiritual knowledge. Sophia's role and redemption. Sophia's fall, her creation of the demiurge, and her subsequent redemption became central themes. The text emphasized the importance of gnosis, spiritual knowledge, in overcoming material limitations. Comparative studies. Scholars compared Pistis Sophia with other Gnostic texts such as the Nag Hammadi Library, the Gospel of Thomas, and the Gospel of Mary. Comparative analysis revealed variations in Sophia's portrayal and the diverse interpretations of Gnostic thought. Sophia's gender and influence. The text highlighted Sophia's feminine aspect within Gnostic cosmology. Scholars explored how Sophia's story influenced medieval legends, art, and literature. Deeper understanding of Gnostic communities. The Pistis Sophia manuscript shed light on the beliefs and practices of specific Gnostic groups. Scholars studied the social context, rituals, and spiritual aspirations of these communities. The text posed challenges due to its complex cosmologies and allegorical language. Scholars grappled with deciphering symbolic meanings and reconciling different versions of the Sophia myth. The discovery of the Pistis Sophia enriched our understanding of Gnostic thought, Sophia's role, and the interplay between material existence and spiritual awakening. Gnosticism, a philosophical and religious movement prominent in the Greco-Roman world during the early Christian era, had a significant impact on early Christianity. Here are some ways in which Gnosticism influenced Christian thought and practice. Challenges to Orthodox Christianity. Gnostic beliefs clashed with accepted Christian doctrine, leading to heated debates among early church leaders. Gnostic emphasis on secret knowledge, gnosis, and the distinction between the material world created by an inferior demiurge and the transcendent divine order challenged Orthodox Christian teachings. By the end of the 2nd century, many Gnostics either broke away from the Christian church or were expelled. These Gnostic groups formed alternative churches with belief systems deemed heretical by the Christian majority. Sophia and creation. Gnosticism introduced the myth of Sophia, the divine feminine figure who played a role in the creation of the material world. Sophia's fall, longing for divine knowledge, and her connection to the demiurge, the creator of the imperfect material realm, influenced early Christian discussions on cosmology and redemption. Gnosticism's dualistic worldview, where the material world was seen as inherently flawed, prompted early Christians to clarify their beliefs about the nature of reality. The concept of redemption from the material realm became central in both Gnostic and Orthodox Christian thought. Gnostic ideas seeped into various Christian heresies. Docetism, which denied the true humanity of Jesus, was influenced by Gnostic views on the material world. Marcion, a Gnostic-influenced teacher, rejected the Old Testament and emphasized a radical dualism between the God of the Old Testament and the God of Jesus. Gnosticism's emphasis on inner knowledge, mystical experience, and personal revelation influenced Christian mysticism and ascetic practices. Tension between the spiritual and the material persisted in Christian theology. Gnosticism's impact on early Christianity led to theological debates, the emergence of alternative movements, and the deeper exploration of concepts like redemption, creation, and the role of divine knowledge. In Gnosticism, Sophia holds a multifaceted role, embodying both wisdom and complexity. Here are the key aspects of Sophia's power within Gnostic thought. The feminine aspect of God. Sophia is a feminine figure, representing both the human soul and one of the aspects of God. She is often considered a synergy, female twin of Jesus, symbolizing the bride of Christ and the Holy Spirit within the Trinity. Sophia's longing for divine understanding leads to a flaw or passion within the divine realm, the pleroma. Her actions inadvertently cause instability, resulting in the creation of the material world. Sophia's fall from the pleroma and her subsequent exile play a pivotal role in Gnostic cosmology. Despite her unintended consequences, Sophia infuses a divine spark into humanity. This spark, hidden within each individual, connects humans to their true origin and potential for spiritual awakening. Sophia's story emphasizes the importance of gnosis, spiritual knowledge, as a means to transcend material limitations. Seeking wisdom and understanding becomes central to the Gnostic journey. Sophia's power lies in her dual nature and her role in creation and her connection to humanity's spiritual awakening. Thank you so much. I hope you will join me again, and I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, please like and sub. I really appreciate it.